But at least I wasn't recording. Haha. Okay, I think I just tweeted.
Let me check. Oh yeah, I see. I'll retweet.
Yeah, cool. And then finally, need some tunes. Nice. Probably not. Do a mix. Any music that you?
I'm good with everything then. As long as it's not rap, because I'll get distracted by the lyrics. Or rapping on stream, second career.
What is this? All right, good enough.
Yeah.
Christian Loeffler. Okay. Cool. All right, so we had a meeting yesterday, and we came to an understanding, or at least I was able to catch up finally, and now I kind of get stuff. And today we're gonna do a bit of summary just by way of working through stuff, and also just start jumping into actual explorations of Marx. And the way we left it was you had just explained to me, so this is your mood board that we've got open, and you had just started to walk me through it.
Yeah.
A little loud. And you had just explained, so the center point here, this emojis and mascots, is, I don't know if this is fair to say, but it kind of seems like this is indicative or symbolic or just the strongest version of the conceptual thinking that you guys have at play right now, and it's also well loved by the DAO, by the group, in which case it might be worth restating and or maybe like me repeating back to you why this ape is funny and makes sense, and like why there's a hole, and what these things might imply for your logo going forward.
Yes, sir.
Did you just say yes, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to
nice.
Start my rapping career now.
Yeah. Perfect. And then, so I guess I'll try and do that here on the spot, and then as soon as I'm done explaining this, then you can start walking me and us through the rest of this. Although maybe it could just be that the rest of this is like further exploration of this stuff that's here in the middle. Okay, so when the DAO was first formed, there's kind of an industry standard for crypto companies to have an emoji symbol or combination of symbols, and so that's where you guys started. It was like, how would we represent ourselves? And one of the early and still favorite contenders was this idea of an ape being slang for people who follow on to an investment decision without doing due diligence.
Not too much due diligence.
Right, or like not as much as you might expect, or that the current culture thinks that you should have to do. And so by calling the members apes, it's kind of a loving insult by virtue of the fact that the technology behind NFTX makes it really easy and appealing and not a bad choice to ape other people or to ape like group behavior.
Yeah.
So NFTX is an index fund platform for NFTs. NFTs being something like non-fungible digital objects. And now you can build with something like NFTX, or with NFTX you can build like synthetics or just like derivative behaviors on top of these objects. So previously NFTs, or currently NFTs, are like a one-to-one transaction. You have an object and you can sell it to someone. So the liquidity is difficult because you have to find someone that will buy it from you. Whereas with an index fund, or with some of the other behaviors that seem implicit or implied, you can like sell the NFT without actually selling it, or you can create a market without finding a buyer for that specific NFT.
Yeah, that's right.
And so you're going to have all of these group behaviors built around NFTs. So like one of your big use cases right now is CryptoPunks, and there's something like 4 or 5 different ways to break CryptoPunks into different groups, and each one of these groups is a different fund. So you've got like the super valuable ones, you've got like female ones, you've got the kind of the common folk, and each one of these is something that someone might think is more valuable or more of like their expressive self to invest in than like, because CryptoPunks have a lot of value. They seem to be rising in value. They have value because someone paid for them, and now their value is going up, but no one's selling. The holding culture of crypto is making it difficult for NFTs to experience liquidity. So you've got all this value right now that people can't tap into because no one's selling, and there's a finite number of them available for sale. And so how can a platform offer access to that value being created without breaking the relationship between the owner and the piece? So that's what you guys are solving for. So that's where ape comes from. Ape is like a funny way to say like there's going to be group behaviors around cool shit, basically.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then the whole, so the emoji that you guys use, is it even in your, is it on your bio right now? Probably not.
It should be, I think.
The ape is there. The whole
no, it's not.
Is not. That's okay though.
Fix that, man.
Let me fix that. Nice. So it's usually the orangutan. It's funny. I still don't know how to say orangutan. Orangutan. Well, it's like I want to
refresh.
I want to say ANG at the end, orangutan, like the drink, but I know it's like orangutan. I don't know.
Orangutan. I think.
I have a hard time saying that correctly. Pai Dao. Someone stole my Dao name. Pai Dao. How annoying. Psh. Lame.
That was dope though.
What, Pai is dope?
Well, also with the Pai Dao too.
Oh, here's art blocks that you were talking about. Yeah, no, I'm not this art blocks. We were different art blocks.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got the ape and you've got the, I'm in the wrong app here. Where did you go? Oh, here it is. You got the ape and then you got the hole, and the hole is representative of like Alice falling down the rabbit hole, chasing the white rabbit. And the idea there is that the NFT space is like this inexhaustible tunnel or field or place or chasm or whatever that you can get lost in, because there's just so much to do and so much to see, and an ape can very easily get lost in it.
Yeah.
So an ape falling into the rabbit hole is essentially a metaphor for what NFTX is going to be providing as a user experience and as an opportunity. Black hole is also interesting metaphorically or analogically for you guys, because black hole, I don't know if I want to try and explain this. We might come back around to the black hole thing, but
yeah, sure.
I mean, this notion that an object of value would be pulled into a black hole, which is like once it gets close enough to the market, it's going to want to be a part of the market, so it gets sucked into the activity. And then once it's in there, it can't really escape per se. It becomes like a safe vault that you know is going to stay there, and then there's all of this essentially like activity happening around it, which is the gravitational hole itself. Yeah, see, I knew if I tried to explain this off the bat, I wouldn't do a very good job because it is a really strange concept. But
What, the
it's
black hole?
yeah, it's like it's because black holes it's hard to think of them constructively or like positively.
Yeah, true.
And so it's easy to say, oh, an NFT will fall into a black hole. It's hard to say why that's a good thing, unless you think of a black hole as like a blooming flower with all of these interesting NFTs at the bottom. Or at least that's the metaphor that I was talking about yesterday. But yeah, so well, maybe you can take over with this too, because now that I've gone through
sure.
orangutan and black hole in terms of why
Kind
they
of
make
left.
sense, then maybe you can start talking through the rest of the mood board.
Yeah, sure. So basically, we kind of left it off at the emoji part yesterday, right? And the mascot thing. So the whole mood board kind of has everything we like, or we like right now, and like got some inspiration for the current brand, also from the previous logo. If you look at the color scheme, for example,
Right.
the two on the top. So
Sorry,
a
I'm
bit above.
distracted. I hadn't seen these before.
No problem.
Black hole drink bar, huh? I wonder what that was.
Mm-hmm.
So these colors are up here or from the logo.
Yeah.
And
So the left three ones were in the logo. So it's essentially a gradient from left to right.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other logos are just ones that fit the
Sure.
Yeah. Just to have some extended color theme, but that's kind of what we like, but we don't need to stick to it. But if you look, actually, it's funny because that's the first part I made, and then I made the entire other stuff on the mood board.
Right.
But all the galactic stuff kind of falls into that color theme.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's like intentional, like how do you say that?
Well, it's like subconscious selection, or it's just that this space has these colors embedded in it somehow.
Yeah. Except for the red one. So let's go back to the logo stuff. So the logo stuff, it's all based on Vortex IDs. So essentially, to take the black hole ID further, it's the gravitational pull of NFTs towards a liquidity pool, which we talked about yesterday a bit. And all these logos are kind of inspirational based on that. So there's a lot of different ways to visualize the things that go around the black holes, because a black hole is black, so it's nothing. So it's a negative space, but everything surrounding that, so the event horizon or the pool towards the thing, is kind of what this logo part tries to show. It's more it shows some sort of depth or deepness, if that's a word. And all these combinations, it's just forms of the same thing. I for some reason I got really attracted by the colorful one. So there's 3 from the same designer. So this one, and this one. I really like that for some reason. Maybe because it takes away the kind of negative association or scary association of a black hole.
Right, sure.
Because they're scary.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, how it's black hole, how do you make a black hole appealing? Or non-threatening, or threatening but not completely. Yeah, doing it up with color could be very cool.
So that's kind of the thought process around that. Then on the bottom there's 3 really different ones. So the top part is kind of almost all the same, but this one, the portal one, and black hole one, it's more like the, I guess, playful way to take the black hole concept into a logo, or use it somehow. So that's just what we talked about yesterday a bit, like not too formal and too abstract kind of ID. That's what this resembles, but it's just like
Yeah.
for inspiration, what we like.
I'm trying to. Where did we get yet? So yesterday, one of the things we talked about was feeling. Like, how do we want this?
Yeah.
How do we want it to feel?
Uh-huh.
And the document has most of the language is around like being welcoming, creative, playful, joyful, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we've got this odd contrast with, again, like black hole, which
Yep.
is terrifying. When I look at these, I definitely get it. I get it. I can imagine this being a sense or a feeling that I want from NFTX. Like I can imagine it being like a financial institution or like a financial platform that is both fun and weird and cool and mysterious and all these like cool attributes that seem worth pursuing. But I wouldn't say any of them necessarily feel. I wouldn't say they feel welcoming necessarily. I mean they. I mean they're like they're welcoming in as much as they're fun, but they're not welcoming in as much as like it's really obvious to me that I want to go do it or something to that effect. I suppose maybe what I'm trying to get at is I'm just thinking ahead. So we have today and we have Thursday, and I love this aesthetic. I'm happy to just render, like I can essentially just like take this as direction to some degree and just draw a bunch of as many like black holes or black hole renderings as we want until we get like really close to something that looks cool and works well. My concern is just even if we're successful, like if we take a black hole and we do it the best possible version of it, we make the best possible version of it, which is like a dope logo that everybody loves.
Yeah.
Is it still successful? Like, is it still going to accomplish what NFTX needs? And that's not. I think there's like an implied judgment there by virtue of asking the question, but it's really supposed to be an open question. Like,
yeah, it's a good question.
I just can't quite tell yet, and we're working towards it. But I suppose. I mean, I guess maybe the best summary of it would be if we can render a welcoming black hole, like a fun, welcoming, playful, crazy black hole.
Yeah.
Does that, like, how close does that sound to success for you?
It's a good question. I think, like, to speak in concepts, the whole black hole thing might be a bit too maybe specific of what we're trying to achieve. So with the, like, if you take the Alice in Wonderland ID, so it's basically the ape coming from the whole DeFi meme culture. And like how Alice in Wonderland, like there's a girl that falls into a hole and she discovers an entire different universe. That's kind of the idea that NFTX is supposed to bring towards both the DeFi community and the NFT community, because those have been quite separated for a long time. So DeFi being very financially focused, obviously, it's in the name, and NFT being very artsy and collectible focused. There's also, like what I explained yesterday, there's also the non-art and collectible thing, but its majority is in that scene. But there's never really been a real good connection because of the tech wasn't there, and that's what NFTX tries to bring. So I think shoving aside the whole black hole are scary thoughts, and looking at it more as a two universes combining or colliding might make the thought process easier to come up with something that's in service of the of the brand.
Yeah. So the two universes being like money or like fast money or DeFi plus art.
Yeah,
it's like art objects, art value, and it's not just art. I get that. Like ideally, we figured out a way to just make it look like unique, cool objects or something. Little Knights in the chat is talking, which is great. Actually, I should say Pylon says, "What's up? Yo yo yo! Chop times 2. Yo yo! Secret shake. Secret ETH shake. That's funny. Secret ETH shake. Interesting. That's a cool handle. But yeah, Lil Knight says she agrees, or he agrees, or they agree on the welcoming aspect, like the black holes. They just had agreed, and then I asked them what they meant, and then they said it's kind of a conflict, not welcoming to see a black hole. But then I asked about it, and they said, what about particles, or like representing vast range of NFTs, and the galaxy in which they rotate around. I find that really interesting because it reminds me that you can fall into a gravity well without it being a black hole. You know, like you can fall into, like an object can fall into a planetary orbit, and it's inescapable. The satellite's never going to leave, and yet it's not going to fall into the planet and get destroyed in a way that it would with a black hole. So we might be able to get like with something like a galaxy formation, we could probably imply something like black hole without necessarily being so explicit about it.
That's what I tried to say also with the like, not taking black hole too strict, but
one thing about black hole though that we haven't touched on yet, I think in this stream, is we talked about how NFTX gives infinite depth to the things that touch it. Like if you bring an NFT into NFTX, then
from a liquidity perspective, you mean?
Yeah, well, it's all of a sudden it's open to, 1,001 different ways of being sliced and diced or included in different groups, or I mean, it just the notion of being able to create derivatives on top of it, essentially giving it something like the infinite depth that was implied by something like a black hole. It's like the wormhole thing that we talked about, where once something touches the wormhole, it extends forever into nothingness or whatever.
So some context also, maybe, which is helpful. DeFi, at least a few months back and stuff, were always being what's this?
Someone said Dark Star. Legends. Dark Star is a star that has a gravitational pull strong enough to trap light under Newtonian gravity.
League of Legends claimed the Dark Star SEO with their skins. I see.
These are sick.
Anyway, so DeFi always had this like money Legos association. Are you familiar with that?
Money Legos, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So it's basically composability of different protocols that make up a sick use case. And NFTs kind of miss that for now, because they're non-fungible. So you can't really use them that much for like use cases that are available in DeFi. And that's also something NFTX brings, being able to use NFTs for the use cases that are already in DeFi. Right. So lending and all that kind of stuff, like NFT collateral. It's all kind of stuff that NFTX brings to the DeFi market. So that's maybe some input that you can use.
Who would you say is the audience for this, in the sense of, like, when we're done, is it more important that the DAO is happy, or that the unseen, unnamed theoretical audience is happy? You know what I mean?
I know what you mean. I think, like, in general, the user has to be happy, and the DAO isn't necessarily the user. Could be, like, there could be people that are both users and participators of the DAO, like as in contributing to product design and all that kind of thing. But I think in the end, the brand has to speak most to the users of products that are built on top of it. So on top of the protocol. And right now, for the DAO, we are mainly a liquidity pool at the moment, but there's a lot of end user products, like a DEX aggregator, so a trading desk, a gallery. I think I gave you the link, right, to the work in progress gallery page.
Yeah. Where was that?
It's basically like like a gallery of all the index pools. So it also becomes more visual what the collateral actually is. So if you buy an index token, what are you actually buying into. Similar to like if you buy into a Vanguard ETF. I don't know if you ever bought into a Vanguard ETF. If you did, you would probably have read what you're buying into. So what are the stocks or the markets that ETF holds? That's kind of unappealing because they're just names of companies. And with NFTX, it is appealing because there's like tangible things that you can see.
Sure. Right.
So that's that. So I think from a end user perspective, it's mainly at the moment it's mainly investors that are looking to buy into a index fund or multiple index funds through a top level fund. What I explained yesterday. Those people have to be mostly spoken to in a positive way, of course.
Interesting. I guess I would. Part of why I'm asking if who the logo needs to work for, like should it work for the company or should it work for the audience, seems like a fairly basic question, in the sense of of course it's the audience, or the user. But I guess maybe in this case it seems like a more interesting question just because DAOs are a new form of entity of sorts, and I'm still learning how to relate to them. I would guess that a lot of your early users are going to be like, what is the overlay, like the Venn diagram of like users versus community members in terms of like personality type, or like actuality they really are both, or like aesthetic sensibilities. I wonder how close those two rings would overlap, and I would like, my guess would be that it would be pretty significant. Like even if I suppose maybe my point here is like, even if the goal is the audience or the user, I wonder how much your current DAO is like the same thing, or like kind of a shorthand way of thinking about the same thing, where it's like, if we can make the DAO happy, then we've made the user happy, essentially.
I think that's a good point. Like, we're very early in this like NFT versus or combined with DeFi phase.
Right.
So I do agree that it also has to speak a lot to the DAO, like current contributors, but also people that would want to maybe be attracted by the aesthetics to join the DAO and then start like being part of it in whatever sense. So it could be like a builder, or just a community manager, or content creator, or whatever. That's a good point. Like, it has to, we're as successful as the contributors, essentially, because we're not like a fixed organization. We're depending on community building. So it's a good point that it's maybe in the like typical sense of you're building your brand entirely for your end user. It might be a bit different in this scenario, where we're also building a lot to like keep the community growing and keep people engaged with and wanting to be engaged and associated to the DAO and its branding. Like some of the biggest DAO or community-driven organizations in the scene are the ones with the best aesthetics, like based all these kind of
it seems like a superpower to, like, it seems like the quickest, the shortest path, or the wisest path to success with this would be something like what you just said, which is the community is so powerful and so important that if we can we just want to thread that needle where it's like, it's both for the user and it's for the community. And ideally, like, I really don't want to walk away from this with something that your community or your DAO is like, like that seems like a really clear indication of failure on this, because you're so young and the vibe is so good already. Like the orangutan's great. Clearly you're already channeling like a real voice, and so to me it's maybe as important as anything else to just give that group a voice, which can also work for the surface.
Yeah.
Like it's as much a rallying cry for the team as it is as it is to supposed to bring in new audience, which will happen in itself. If the DAO is excited, then it's going to bring in people.
Yep.
There's a bunch of comments. Let me read through this. So Chris says, I honestly like the Alice in Wonderland angle. I like that it has a bit of femininity, a bit of childhood fantasy, also subtle psychedelic connotations. Yeah, NFT. That's Rabbit Hole as a perfect logo for NFTX. Like it's a hole you can jump into that's full of stars or something.
What? Which one?
I'm reading the comments and then I'm just coming up and then I just said that off the cuff. Yeah, I'm just thinking, if you haven't noticed, a technique that I try and do is, because we're short on time, which is kind of the point, and so I try to be very deliberate about what we're doing. And lots of times a way to do that is to just jump ahead as far as you can and be like, even if we're successful here, is this going to be successful? And so I'm just thinking like Rabbit Hole, is that, yeah, I'm with you, that could be really cool. So I'm sorry, let me keep reading. Chris says, Ari the Black Hole. There's a whole occlusion aspect which has some cool graphic potential, which you're sort of channeling now, Ben. Lil Knights asks, do you have a forum with which your audience can make proposals?
Yeah, I just answered him.
Oops, sorry to step on you. Was that? Do you think they mean like just like a canvas that people can paste stuff into?
What?
Like to participate in this conversation, or do you think? What do you think they meant by that for the forum? Like an actual forum where we can chat, or a forum like a place to put stuff that they want to show?
Well, I read that as for just the DAO people. Like we do have a forum where basically all the talks from Discord that actually like grow into a proper discussion are taken to then like discuss into what are we gonna do on this, and do we vote on, like for instance, this whole rebranding thing has been spawned through the governance forum, and people voted into it being useful and necessary, and me leading the entire thing. So that's kind of how the DAO at the moment works.
Yeah, sorry, I assumed that Lil Knight was one of your people. So I thought maybe it was that they're asking me. So Jazz Malaz, the only bad aspect of a black hole is that sometimes people say they put their money into a black hole when their assets suck. Yeah, that would be an unfortunate connotation.
Yes.
Right. True.
That's true.
I suppose Chris says, if you graphically demonstrate the black hole as more of a portal, as opposed to you get smushed, right? Yeah, that's the perennial question at the moment. Can we make a black hole a thing that isn't going to destroy you? But it does seem like, I mean, black hole and rabbit hole and galaxy and orbit and stars all seem to share a fairly common visual language, so we can, like, it seems like for now anyway, we're going to explore some shapes that don't even necessarily say what they are, as opposed to just like implying one or the other. And you can, like, user beware in terms of what they interpret. Lots of activity in the chat today. It's nice. The last few streams have been quiet. I'm into it.
Yeah.
Rabbit hole. It needs a. I guess it needs an edge. One thing that we haven't talked at all about is monkeys, or apes.
Yeah.
That's still a pretty. Did you by any chance do any like user research with your crew in terms of, or like even think about it, like because it's kind of the same question. We could do like a pretty awesome ape monkey, ape mascot.
Yeah.
And it would be funny and cute. That definitely. Like as I'm thinking through this, so ape would be. We know that ape would be loved by your team. What we don't know about ape is would it translate to users or audience.
Yeah, that's right. That's
and
right.
as I'm thinking through it, it seems much less likely that ape could be like at least intelligible,
Mhm.
um, more so or as intelligible as like rabbit hole, black hole. Um, that said, though, maybe that's I mean, logos don't have to be intelligible to be successful necessarily. Like having a cool, funny, warm, cute mascot could be just as useful for your success as having something that actually makes sense
Yep.
to people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. The thing is, at least from my experience with past communities and also this one, is that the mascot kind of works very well if everybody supports it, because like it just pushes organic content and memes and all those kind of things.
right,
So
that sounds like a vote in favor.
for me, yeah, at the moment, like it could be what you said, like maybe from our user research in 6 months from now, the entire user persona changed, and they're not attracted by apes, but by something else. Could be
Right.
like as your motto is, don't think too far in the future, because you're
Um,
startup, you know.
yeah, yeah. No, I'm into it. So for what I hear from you then is that we should try some, we should look at some monkeys. We should look at some apes and see.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting at all that it should be part maybe of the logo. I'm not sure if it becomes too busy or too distracting from what the logo is. Uh, not entirely sure.
Well, I mean, if we did an ape, it would probably be the logo. Like, I don't think it would distract from anything because it would be the thing.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Although, like when we were speaking yesterday, it was pretty. I mean, there's clear potential to do. Um, I don't know, like just take what you guys have and mash it together in a really literal way, where it's just like an ape emerging from a black hole, or an ape with like an orbit around, like circling around his head. Like just literally just take the two and put them together in a you know in an aesthetically pleasing way. Like there's potential. Like we can do like a space ape.
Space monkey.
Um, Let me think. I did talk about how I'm not much of an illustrator though.
Mm-hmm.
So my first task would be to steal from others. Would be to copy someone and then slowly turn it into my own thing is usually how that would go.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if we'll wind up getting anywhere that isn't related to these two concepts or these directions. Well, I guess three. We have rabbit hole. We have black hole. We have ape.
Portal.
And I wonder if we need to or want to or will eventually get into other territory.
I mean, I'm open. So
Yo, Ben, check DMs. Okay. Jazz Malaz. Ape is okay now, but that meme may not be forever. It may not last past this cycle. Also, there are many uses of ape already in the DeFi space.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. And that's also why I guess I made the comment, is that like if you put it in the logo, it might be too much, too flat, you know.
Too flat, like conceptually,
Yeah.
or like not enough, not deep enough, not long enough
the
legs.
easiest choice, essentially.
Look at this guy though. It's cute as hell.
Cute ape.
We could do like flying poop or something.
Flying what?
Flying poop. Bad joke.
Yep.
Bananas. Primitive tools. Someone said that there are a lot of apes already in the DeFi space. Is that the case?
Yeah, and it's like the primary meme at the moment, especially on the investor side of things. So it's apes, unicorns,
Mm.
kind of the two reigning.
Mm. I didn't know apes.
And
Shows what I know. Um Jazz says, "I say stay away from ape." Is Jazz from your people or just Twitter?
well, maybe under a different
Curious.
username.
Does this voice hold sway in the DAO? I say stay away from the ape. The idea of NFT is that they are something unique, and right now there is nothing unique about the ape meme.
That's true.
Right. Yeah, sure, that's fair. I think, right, so if we did do an ape, then it would have to be an ape that seems like a fresh... Like, it seems like that would still work if you reference the fact that it's a known meme. Like, if it's like an evolved ape, for instance, people would get it. They're like, oh, it's an ape, but also it's like +1, which could be cool. But I think the point still stands that they're kind of played. So that's cool. Thanks for the feedback, Jazz. What do you think of I don't know. I just something just kind of like I just kind of saw something in my head, which was like really none of the things that we've talked about, but more of a visual, literal interpretation of what happens to NFTs in the market, which I think is what Jazz was saying, which is like, what is, you know, like this is a unique time. NFTs are new. What are we doing to NFTs that hasn't really been done yet, or like what's happening here in a way that could be communicated quickly. And I'm just thinking, like, I keep thinking about derivatives or synthetics, or this be, you know, as far as I understand it, like the synthetics market within the real market is, you know, 100 times larger than like just like straight money, real money. There's a better term there. And I imagine that that's going to be the case for NFTs, in which case it's kind of like you have an object and then it resonates outward. Like it just becomes bigger than it actually is. It's like taking
the market itself, you mean, right?
I don't know. What do you mean by that?
The market itself becoming bigger than the market it is right now.
The NFT becoming bigger than it is, in effect. Like the NFT can now hold more value or be representative of more value because it's no longer beholden to a one-to-one straight trade, right? Like you can now trade derivatives on top of this NFT, and therefore it's worth significantly more than it was when it was just an object.
So, yeah, sort of, I think. So basically, you would still have a one-to-one relation to the NFT, but the one that is related to the NFT is now divisible, like so it's to be broken up to a much bigger audience, but it's still like one-to-one in the end.
Well, right. I mean,
Makes
it's
sense?
in the final, the tech is one-to-one. Like the foundation of it is one-to-one, but by virtue of being able to shard it, each one of those shards now can create its own, can have like its own market, so to speak. And so, a piece that used to be worth 100 now has 100 parts, and each one of those parts can be worth 100, and therefore it's got like 100 times 100 from the same original piece. And so that's what I was trying to get at, which is like,
that makes sense.
You have like an object, and then you have like the representation of that object in the market, which is both bigger and still fixed to the original.
Bigger and accessible to way more people. Like the comparison what I did yesterday with like normal art. So like a Banksy, he never releases shit. So like a handful of people own it, and if you want to own it, you can't, or you have to convince someone to sell it to you. And if you turn it into like the ERC20 equivalent, you could like buy a part of the value of that Banksy.
Right.
You still wouldn't own the Banksy in like physically, but you own the value behind it.
Little Knights is not a fan of apes either. Monkey Planet from Alex, Monkey Saturn. Yeah, so this is, I didn't actually mean to do this, but this is interesting, this graphic, that this looks like what we talked about yesterday with extending the depth of something. This kind of went backwards, we went from small to big, but it's kind of the same idea. How do I do that? I'm seeing if I can make this thing look like it's being dragged into infinity, I guess. I mean, it should be getting smaller, but I find this interesting at the moment. Huh, what a strange composition. How would I find the kinds of wormhole graphics that we're talking about? I wonder if, like...
Which one?
Well, like the Awesome Power scene, or...
the yesterday.
Yeah, like stuff that... Things getting stretched out. Physicist details the shape of a symmetrical wormhole. Cool. This graphic here is interesting in as much as it's the connection between two different spaces, like like DeFi and NFT coming together in this middle space.
Yeah, that's what I like about wormholes too, like that association with the two communities, or like even I wouldn't call them industries, but let's call them just that.
Does
colliding, you know?
Once NFTX is actually a thing, though, like let's say it's been around for a year or two, people are using it. Like at some point, the novelty of the difference between the two scenes, like DeFi and NFT space, like those aren't going to seem as separate once you're around.
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
Like eventually it'll become normal, in which case will the splitting of the two to represent NFTX actually mean anything?
It'll make sense.
I mean, it'll make sense, but will it be evocative, or like will it matter? Yeah, I mean, it would be like identifying yourself on a point of difference that isn't going to be there pretty soon, by virtue of you existing.
Yeah,
might be. I'm not sure how well that might work out. Are we taking spitball ideas? Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're very much taking spitball ideas. This is cool. Nice, Chris.
What's the bottom?
What's the bottom? What's this shit down here? Yeah, I don't know.
Ads?
I don't think I've been looking at weight loss stuff, but maybe this is targeting me. I feel seen right now. You think I'm not trying to grow a six-pack? But no, this is cool.
Yeah, that's dope.
This is like a world within a sphere that you can get into. This isn't so much a wormhole as much as it's like a universe in a universe. Yeah, Chris says world within a world. Some nice strong letters.
One second, Jeff.
Yeah. I'll be here. Yeah, just like if I arrange a bunch of dots into a galaxy formation and then they all look like they're orbiting and it's pretty and it implies like an ecosystem or a ecology of objects. I don't know if it necessarily communicates correctly because it's still just a group of stuff, as opposed to NFTX, which I think is taking that stuff and then doing something to it, which extends past just the base grouping of them. You're not just arranging them into a shape, you're taking them and transforming them into something more flexible, more scalable.
I'm back.
Yeah, I'm just talking to myself over here. I'm just thinking about how like a successful galaxy shape of dots or objects is going to be like it'll look good and it will imply like structure around lots of different things, and it'll imply gravitational pull that's keeping them all together. What I feel like is lacking is that NFTX is more than just a bunch of things in a place. It's taking each one of those things and then scaling it, making it more composable, scalable,
and useful, valuable for people,
accessible. So it's like the galaxy thing would only work if the galaxy was implying that these are going through a transformation, which I don't think it does. What about even just taking an object, like let's say that the NFTX mark was literally just displaying the reality of fractionalization. If it was just, I keep using these diamond shapes. they read really clearly to me. I'm going to start using them too much. But let's just say that we have an object, and then, because NFTs, like within the space right now, NFTs aren't thought of as things that can be fractionalized necessarily. Like that's, like they're non-fungible.
Yep.
And so maybe literally what's needed is to just make it look like they're fungible again. Where it's like a single object being broken into a bunch of them. And then if we can figure that out formally, then we can always make it exciting with color and motion or, whatever.
Looks like the Binance logo. You know Binance?
Yeah. Although I don't. It's not. I'm not remembering their logo.
It's not the same. It's not the same, but it reminds me of it.
Recursion.
Oh, look, the founder is in the chat.
Oh, what's up, Alex? Hold on, there's a bunch of stuff here. So Jazz says sigil. A sigil is a type of symbol used in ritual magic. Oh God, I'm all about sigils. I can't imagine. I'm going to skip this for a second because it's a whole topic. Alex says, in a sense, I think NFTX makes assets more boring, which sucks for the visual, but is the reality. NFTX puts unique items into baskets, which can then be fractionalized. Yeah, what's up? Yo, Alex. Little Knight says, I might have to cook something up for you guys. Yeah, cool. Little Knights, you should. In a sense, I think NFTX makes assets more boring, but it's the reality because it puts unique items into baskets, which can then be fractionalized. I would say boring sounds judgmental, in as much as some people find unique objects to be exciting. Some people find unique objects to be boring. Like, not everyone likes art, not everyone likes animated GIFs. Some people would find baskets of indexed like money to be quite exciting, or like the idea of things being scalable or more accessible to lots of people could be like it kind of has like political or ethical implications that I think are potentially like just as interesting as like the goofiness or the uniqueness of the individual object. I mean, it could be the boring is a good hook. Like, we actually do want to take something that's wild and make it more tame. Like, maybe that's the vibe. But I guess I just have the inclination to push back on calling what you guys are doing as boring, or boring as compared to NFTs specifically. Yeah, I like your thinking here. Perhaps a galaxy isn't the best fit, so like a flock of sparrows. How does a flock of sparrows work? A flock of sparrows, like a murmuration, like a bunch of stuff moving together as a group. Yeah, Alex says, I agree with you. Boring is bad, but it's about synchronization, sort of, because, like you said, it's a group becoming homogenous because each one is treated the same. Yeah. Am I crazy? Like, this seems kind of rad, or at least it's meaningful to people who understand what's going on. Alex, what do you think of this angle, where it's like, I mean, it's in the vein of the flock of sparrows or the murmuration, because it's taking a bunch of small things and encompassing them in a larger behavior. It goes from big to small and from small to big. But it's like Binance. Yes, you like this, what is that, 100,000%? But it's like, so let me look at Binance then, but it's too close to Binance.
It's also a square with 3 blocks.
Oh, sure. Well, that's cool though. Like, that's fine. We just won't do this. But this concept is extensible into
like the fractionalizing.
Yeah, like take it like this is a formal version of a generic concept. And it seems like this concept is resonating, at least with Alex and me. And he doesn't hate it, which is good. And the Binance thing is just a temporary speed bump. Yeah, cool. Maybe what we can do is figure out a symbol that's of this sort, and then we can always add like galaxy vibes. Like we can always add like stuff around it. We can always add colors that are like that. Those colors that you identified, I agree, are very sci-fi in and of themselves. Like we can give it like the DAO voice while still having like a minimal kind of corporate looking. I mean, this seems very stable and like kind of boring in the way that Alex was talking about, but also, you know, if you're into things being subdivided and then representing large groups, like this is pretty evocative.
Yeah. For some reason, I just saw like an image of a. Wait, I'll post it in the mood board. So let's hope it is posting. Oh, takes a long while. Wait, I think it's a huge picture. It's kind of the same font.
Should I be looking somewhere?
Oh shit! I posted a link to the article. Yeah, on Miro.
Oh, on Miro.
The thumbnail is essentially what I wanted to post.
Sorry, where should I be looking in here?
To the bottom. There. My hand.
This?
Yeah, the like the short kind of font.
I see. So this is like a crystal made of a bunch of parts.
Might be super complicated though.
This is nice. I mean, it's so literally. Is shard the word that you guys use internally? Do you call it? Are you sharding things?
If you break things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These look like very literal shards. I want to see this big. Let me see if I can. Maybe I wonder if this article has.
I have a copy. You can probably find it that way too.
I love science journal editorial illustrations, and then trying to find going back and finding the artist.
Should I link the thing in the chat?
If you have it, yeah, hook me up.
Yeah. There you go.
In the Twitch chat?
In the Twitch chat, yeah.
Oh, you're chop times 2.
Yeah.
Duh.
Chop.
Derp derp. Oh, I wanted. Okay, so this is still cropped. I wanted to see the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
I bet they have a whole one somewhere.
Cool.
Oh wait, I think I got it. Ashley McKenzie. Whoa. Dang. He or she is very cool.
Yep.
So I feel bad. Jazz Malaz was talking about sigils. Sigils are awesome, but I would say sigils are sort of like logo. I mean, it's a generic science in the sense of like if we could do a sigil, we would be breaking the word down into its individual letters and then building a symbol out of it, and then they would have like a cool, weird looking thing that no one could understand. Like that's what a sigil would be. I think, in which case we could do a sigil, but we'd still be asking the same questions. So Yeah, well, this is a good point. Sigil refers to a symbolic representation of the practitioner's desired outcome. So, yeah, I mean, it's cool to keep in mind where we're trying to get, and then work backwards from there. Finesse had a bunch of stuff to say. Finesse boy NFTX. Hey, Finesse here. Sorry. Yeah, sorry I missed you guys talk when I saw the world in a world. If you use this type of fractionalization, it can definitely work in the galaxy universe type setting. If you break things down, Infinity War type, in a quantum way, it makes sense for things to be fragmented. But yeah, the world within a world is even better than the black hole stuff. matches more what I was thinking with Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, sorry, Jazz. Thank you for saying I don't have to feel bad. Someday I'll have a client that I will definitely be doing a sigil for. Actually, I kind of want to do. I mean, there's not enough money in it, I don't think, but like doing them for people seems really appealing. Like personal crests and sigils designed for individuals would be a really cool small business. Recursion and fractionalization. Recursion, I guess, isn't really accurate. It's really just more like about being fractional. Do you when you think of an NFT, is there such thing as a generic NFT shape for you? Like for me, it's a diamond. Is it? I guess, or a yeah, I guess a diamond.
NFT.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Did you ask me?
Yeah, I did. I just said in your mind's eye, or like within the DAO, is there an emoji, or is there like a shape, or a symbol, or like a word that reduces, that basically is like a kind of a stand-in for NFTs? I guess like in the same way that ape is symbolic of a type of user, is there an emoji that's like, I mean, what would it be, like artwork or?
Not really.
I mean, the question is, the reason I'm asking is probably obvious, but it's like, are there things that exist within current culture that we could take and then break them into pieces? Break it into pieces. Like take the ape banana and then break the banana into like
the thing with the NFT space is that for NFTX, right now the NFT scene is mainly dominated by like in-game items, art, collectibles, all these like more creative type of things. But NFTX is like a general tech. So like let's say a year from now, or 5 years from now, it would be normal to have your the ownership of your house as an NFT. Then if you take the like imagery that's very like artsy focused, or like creator focused, it wouldn't really make sense anymore, because it's not general to what an NFT is for, you know? Maybe we would have to rebrand. It's also like an option if it comes there. Maybe I'm thinking too far.
Well, no, I mean your answer is completely on point. It's an interesting answer, because you think that you're not actually giving me one, but what you're really doing is telling me that all of the symbols for NFTs right now within your culture, like your group or your mind or experience, have all been related to either the specifics, where it's like the specific CryptoKitty, or it's all like artsy and weird. Like there is no generic symbol.
Not really. Like it's right now it is like very popular in collectibles and all these types of things. But like, what do you do with a brand that you focus on that like market, when all of a sudden my house is also an NFT, like the ownership of my house? Then I wouldn't really the brand wouldn't really resonate with me anymore, you know?
No, I'm with it. I do agree that you could, like, effectively you could rebrand at that point, because it's going to be a while from now, and it would
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
companies
Yeah.
at some point kind of look for an excuse to do new marketing, and rebranding is oftentimes one of the ways they do it.
Yeah.
Like if you've hit that level of evolution where people are posting their houses, then you're probably in a good spot to. But I mean, it's still a good point, which is that the current model is not. Yeah, I mean, where we're at is not where we're going.
No, no.
We're trying to
Like
get where
it's
we're trying to
starting
get where the
point.
trying to skate where the puck is going,
Yeah.
as opposed to where it's at.
Mhm.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to think of basically it's like a platonic solid, or like just like a basic geometry. We don't want a diamond because of Binance. Squares are always pretty chill. We can do like Ethereum has like the double, or I guess it's just like a 3D floating split diamond thing. I'm just trying to like. It seems like if we can create a cool looking object that looks like a digital object, then the only thing we have to do after that is to just break it into a whole bunch of tiny parts that keep getting smaller.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to think like what would be a cool shape to start with. Triangle. Triangle's actually not that bad. I haven't seen any pentagrams being used
In the space. I mean,
yeah. It could be amorphous. Like imagine if it was like a goopy cloud thing that. Like it doesn't have to be solid, I guess is what I mean. Like it could be like something more artful or weird that then still somehow communicates that it's being broken into smaller parts.
Yeah, Jess in the chat says the same. Kind of. Like a hard geometric shape melting into liquidity.
Finesse. One concern I had regarding future NFT is that there are currently some text-based NFTs which are not art, but just non-fungible with the title being presented. To me, the main idea of NFTX is making NFTs liquid, but it's something in line with Melt.
Yeah.
There are at least 2 past insurance NFTs and 1 for options. 100% agree that they try to go to the puck where it will go as opposed to chasing it. Like a hard geometric shape melting into liquidity. Liquidity is cool. Melting is cool. It seems slightly. I mean, you get the same thing from fragmentization, I guess. But I was
with
gonna.
With the melting thing, kind of popped something for me.
Yeah.
Is that what you're so if you really look on product level, like just to give some context, what you're doing is you have one pool or a bucket, which you basically throw still a lot of unique NFTs because each NFT is unique, right? So you throw them all into one thing and it melts into kind of the same thing. At least you treat it as the same thing. So like if you look at the CryptoPunks that we have right now, the Punk Basic pool still has a lot of unique things in it, but the way it's used is I don't know if there's a word for that, like homogeneous or something.
Right, homogeneous.
Yeah.
Right.
So you treat them the same. So the melting thing kind of works because you put in stuff which is all different, but you treat them as the same. So you kind of melt them together into having the same value. Kind of like that idea. Well, the fragmenting is really oh cool, I got food. The fragmenting is still it's if you break it up, it could still be unique. You know, the pieces that you break it up into are still kind of unique. They're not the same.
I'm trying. There's two things in my mind, and I'm wondering if they can be put together. I mean, you guys are talking about you're both talking about melting. One of them, one person is saying take an object and then melt it, and then you're saying take a bunch of objects and then melt them together. And I'm wondering. Well, so aside from rendering or like, in my mind I can see like a diamond shape cube thing melting into like a cool looking puddle. It sounds cool. It sounds like it could be a cool mark. I'm wondering, would it read correctly? Would it feel correctly? Would it be successful? It seems like it could. I mean, I think everyone know. Like, if you saw a cube melting, if you saw a logo for something you knew was crypto and it was called NFTX or an acronym like that, and you saw a cube melting into a puddle,
yeah.
Do you think you would get that it's turning objects into liquidity?
Well, if I get the context, probably. Without any context, I don't know, but that's true for a lot of logos. Right.
So let's say that you do get the context. Does it then become attractive or cool or like, yes, I am very interested in this? Or does it? Okay, well then, even more basically, not even as a user, but as the person running this process.
Yeah.
Does that seem successful? Like.
I think it could, yeah, if well implemented, of course. I think the ID itself makes a lot of sense because you're turning hard objects, which is like the equivalent to something that's unique, into something that melts together, that you can use and like for different things, which is kind of what that NFTX is for. Like it turns unique things into what's the word again? Homogeneous.
Yeah, sure. Homogeneous, homogeneity.
Yeah, kind of blocks or pools for other use cases to tap into.
Ethereum hits 1,500. Did it really? I bought Ethereum for the first time like not that long ago, and I bought it at its peak. I bought it at like 1,400 something, and so now I've just been waiting for like 2 months for it to go back up to where I bought it. It's like, oh god, I'm so bad at this. You
are the ape.
I am very much the ape. Not only am I the ape, but I'm a broke ape who can't afford it. Like it's ridiculous. I'm gonna wind up branding so much of the crypto industry and still come out completely broke. I have no ownership in any of these things. Jazz had a cool idea. Also, Alex, thanks for this. Wait, why did Alex post this? Sort of a pyramid diamond, right? Yeah, sure. Jazz says maybe instead of a puddle, just a drip. That's cool. For instance, a diamond with a drip coming off of it, where the drip is part and parcel of the diamond. Yeah, that's cool. I'm thinking too how to maybe do it so that, like, if there's more than, like, this rendering is whatever, but let's say that we figure out how to make it look like it's melting. I'm just gonna do a puddle for now. I'll do the drip later too. Actually, let me do this again.
Do you have like a drawing tablet thing?
No, I'm just using my mouse. No, my setup is pretty primitive, to be honest. I'm on like a 13-inch laptop and a broken keyboard. I've got it. I am not as set up as people might think I am.
By the way, if I'm silent, I'm eating some food.
No worries.
That's okay.
No, we talked about this. Like, is the timing good for your dinner? Like, I'm all about you doing whatever you need to. We've got plenty of time. I'll just be over here pretending like I'm not being watched doing this and failing miserably. I was just saying, it's funny that you asked though. I was just thinking yesterday I should try and pick up an iPad and a pencil, because drawing on stream, because lots of times I'll take a break and I'll draw on paper, and it would be cool to be able to show that
Yeah.
someday.
I watched some videos of the Apple Pencil. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, it seems really fun.
Very useful too.
Too many people I admire are using it now and swear by it. Someday I'll catch up. Oh, I didn't finish my thought, which was just to say, assuming that I can pull this off, where it looks like this object is melting into a puddle, then it would be cool to figure out how to get multiple objects melting into the same puddle. So, like, maybe we can put some, like, if we had one directly behind this, like in the background, that was also starting to melt, and maybe the two puddles touch each other or something, that would maybe do it.
The cool thing about diamonds, by the way, like, apart from the seeing diamonds everywhere in like visual things, one thing that it connects with, if you look at the NFT space, is that diamonds are the hardest object, and an NFT is literally non-fungible too. So it kind of makes sense.
Right. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
If I ever get some time to myself, I'll probably take some life drawing classes. If I could draw better, things would be better. This is almost, I'm just trying to get it to a point where it's convincing enough that we can look at it. And then if it ever feels right, then I'll go back through and improve it. Let's pretend like this is good. It's almost convincing. I mean, I could do... Hold on, I got an idea. Let me give the puddle a little bit of depth. Is it just me, or are there 3 Alexes in the chat now? There's Alex Cerveza, there's Alex Nomads, and then there's the founder, Alex Gaussman. Huh, odd coincidence. What's up, Alex? What are we listening to? This is an interview with the DJ.
Question qui revient souvent, c'est
NTO. I somehow always wind up putting on my most house type music when I'm on a stream, even though this is not my typical fare.
It's actually what I do when I have to write. I always listen to this type of music.
It works.
Yeah.
I guess I'm maybe slightly embarrassed by my taste. It's your fault for saying no rap.
No, you can do rap.
I'm messing with you. I'm melting! This is making... Heck. That's weird. This didn't occur to me until I just saw this, but this is probably going to be too weird, like Frankenstein-y, but this kind of puts me in the... I guess this is just a cheap version of what we just saw on Scientific American, where just like a shape with embedded shapes. Like a single object made out of multiple parts of the same type, I guess. I don't know what the actual perspective on this would be. Huh. Interesting. This is going to be too chaotic even if I'm successful. The idea of a beat up diamond or like having chunks taken out of it is cool looking, but probably not a good call. What are you having for dinner?
Taco, I guess. Fajita.
Well, now I'm actually jealous.
Still, it's morning there, no?
Yeah, but you said taco.
Yeah, that's true.
And there's no good tacos around here. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Let me save this. I'm checking on chat. Jazz. Oh, by the way, I'm just a rando off Twitter, not part of the DAO or anything yet. That's cool. Yeah, no worries. Alex says, interesting concept. Yeah, we're sharding. Our parents didn't have much fantasy. Is that Basecamp logo? It was the Basecamp logo. Lil Knight says, I have to leave the chat, guys. It's been super interesting hearing all the different perspectives on the brand direction. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for all the ideas. We'll be doing this again on Thursday if you wanna jump back in.
The Binance logo being there. It's funny.
Curse you! Open that. Let's get this started. Just talking to myself. My shapes are going wonky on me. Good enough. Do the water droplet thing. It's interesting. What are other ways to show liquidity? And it's fine if you're still eating. I can just talk to myself. I'm just realizing, like, we went from liquidity to puddle, and then my brain's kind of stopped because graphically I like puddles or whatever. But Jazz came in, or was it? I forget who it was actually. That suggested a water droplet, which is elegant and interesting. And now I'm thinking, how else could we show liquidity? Like, what are other demonstrations of water or fluidity?
A wave, something.
Yeah.
Or like the if you drop a thing, like a drop of water in water, you have like the ripple effect kind of thing.
Oh yeah, totally, like a splash.
Yeah, like the ripples that just extend everywhere. Oh, I found the perfect picture with a dollar bill. Wait, 1 sec. Where's Miro? I just make a.
Jazz says, top half of diamond, rigid and shiny, bottom half of diamond, soft and goopy, no puddle. The idea of an NFT making a splash is very on the nose in maybe a good way.
Way too many tabs. I'm just gonna post some random illustration on the Miro.
Okay. It's amazing how bad browsers still are, in the sense of there's no,
Browsers,
yeah, like
performance-wise, or
the fact that it's still so easy to get lost in your tabs. Like,
yeah,
why? Like, it shouldn't be so overwhelming, given that it's such a typical behavior. It's like they've given us the most rudimentary tools possible. It's like every time you have a thought, we're going to give you a new notebook, and then you just have to carry around all these notebooks or something, as opposed to giving us some sort of tab organization system where we could, like, different browser windows could be a color, or some are permanent that, like, stay over in the corner, or I have no idea. It just seems like a clear opportunity and or failure that, like, how common of a trope is it that everyone's getting lost in their tabs?
yeah.
Like, oh, okay, well then maybe it's not the people's problem. It's like, maybe the software sucks. Or at least that's how I feel pretty often about it.
Mhm. Yeah. I try to keep my tabs as many as so I can still read the title of the actual page.
Lame.
Sometimes get lost with like 30 tabs, 100.
I wind up just declaring bankruptcy pretty often and just like force quitting and losing everything. It's just sometimes it's my
That's good. Good.
as often as not. It's just like it's either that or I spend an hour going through every single thing and figuring out if it was worth it or not.
Mhm.
It's like, no, I'm not doing that. Are you trying to find something to share, or
Yeah,
were you? Did you?
I'm pushing stuff to the mirror board. Just
Oh, okay,
random
okay.
water things that would maybe inspire for liquidity.
Cool.
That I keep getting the same results. It's in the different section of the mirror board.
The
You know, the whole Alice in Wonderland ID.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to introduce a new ID. There's one thing that I just hit up when I'm Googling. So you have a vault, like you know your typical vault, like the big door with the thing you have to rotate and then it opens.
Right.
Like a real vault. That's kind of similar to what Alice in Wonderland is, right? Like there's like this locked place that you, if you get into it, there's almost a different dimension. Maybe that's cool too, but I don't like the aesthetics of the vault though.
What an odd and interesting combination. Rabbit hole with vault. It's like it's kind of scary. Like once you're in, you can't get out.
Yeah. Don't close the door, though.
And or like a rabbit hole that you have to have special permission to get into. The time locked psychedelic trip. All that's kind of cool. Finesse, yeah, that's why the world inside a world thing looked really cool. Security inside the other worlds.
Oh yeah, sorry for the Hydra homies part.
Like banking for NFTs. Security inside the other world, like banking for NFTs. Interesting.
Oh, so can you zoom in on this? One thing that I thought was really cool, because you said like what's other ways to show liquidity, essentially, like that Japanese wave.
Yeah.
Is also kind of fragmenting.
Sure. Yeah. Totally.
So
yeah.
I thought that's good. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the Hokusai Great Wave. I think that's what it's called.
It's too recognizable to like take as a concept probably, but
no, I don't. I mean, not necessarily. Like,
I'm gonna go grab my Escher book.
I mean, it could be great. I'm gonna go grab my Escher book. I've got an amazing book of what are they called? Mindfuckery. Graphic mindfuckery, that's what they're called, right? No, yeah, the Great Wave, this is hilarious in a good way. Yeah, we get, so let's think what you're zooming in on is like, there's like you can imagine a wave, and then the breaking, like the white or the crashing of the wave is made up of a bunch of tiny little NFTs or objects that distinguish themselves only at the breaking point, but then they kind of become the wave itself, which is cool. And also, I was thinking, this is really the moment I saw this. I was thinking having a wave crash over the top of an NFT would be kind of the same thing. Like liquidity is coming, type vibe.
Yeah.
Is not bad at all. This puddle splash thing is kind of cool. It would need a lot of work, and then by the end of it, I'm not sure if we would even like it that much. Maybe though. I'll come back to it. NFTX as a wave crashing made of little cubes. Like a super painful wave to get hit by. Just thinking about the proportions here. You can tell this is our exploratory stream because I keep jumping around. I hope that's not too concerning. We're kind of feeling around at the edges of this whole space, trying to find the parts that feel good. This is how I might describe it. Do-do-do-do. What happens if we do this? Hmm. Pretty cool. Actually, do that backwards.
Just gonna grab something to drink for a second.
Jazz, it's easy to feel like you're trying too hard in this phase, but I think it's important to be patient during it rather. It's also the most fun. Yeah, I agree with all of that. I don't know if it's necessarily the most fun. There's too much, at this stage I would say there's maybe too much insecurity, or like, I'm generally kind of past fear. Like I've had these things work out too often for me to be too worried about it, but there's definitely like, you know, some lurking shame, fear, concern, stress that won't be successful. But I hear you on patience for sure.
I am back.
Cool. What do you? You said when you write, you listen to this kind of music. What software do you use for writing?
Right now, I went back to just Google Docs, but when I was traveling a lot, so before all the Corona stuff, and I still worked at a different company, I used to travel to Singapore every month, and I had so I only worked on a laptop, and there's a tool. I don't know what it's called anymore, but it's like super minimalistic. So it basically turns your entire screen just white or black, like if you like dark mode.
Mm-hmm.
And it only like shows the text, like no other stuff.
Right.
Like only text, and it only supports Markdown. That's super nice. I can check it up. What it's called.
Is it? It kind of sounds like IA writer.
Yeah, it is that. Yeah, AI writer.
Cool. No, I've never used it. But I hear great things.
Yeah.
I've been on, as I think most everyone is, like a slow trial and error process of trying to find a good notes environment.
Yeah. It's really nice because it really puts you in, like, gives you all the opportunity to get in a good flow, essentially.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just I've been using Google Docs, and then I just started using Apple Notes, which is like crazy basic, but I've actually found it to maybe be my preferred because it's actually fairly robust in terms of it's more robust than I expected in terms of the features that it has for organization.
Yeah.
But it's also just super fast, and it syncs perfectly between laptop and phone, so it's
you're fully Apple ecosystem.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Well, I mean, if you have all the stuff, it's fine.
I guess I'm pretty tired of them. I'm excited about whoever's gonna come and
pick it up.
Yeah, you know, offer some competition.
Yeah.
They've gotten I feel like Apple's gotten really full of itself.
Yeah,
and lost its way a bit.
I feel like the I used to have the entire ecosystem too on Apple. I feel like they're, I don't know, like not scared, of course, but they're too safe in their things, you know?
Yeah, very. Very, very. All right, so this is starting to approximate a real thing. And it doesn't suck too hard, which is a good sign. So what I want to do now I screwed that up. It's okay. I'm pretty sure I've seen this before. I mean, like, surely someone has done a digital Hokusai Great Wave. I'm not sure I care. I'm just saying I'm pretty sure I'm drawing from something here.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of if you Google Great Wave logo.
Oh geez, yeah, I bet. You know, it occurs to me one nice thing about making this reference is that it is fine art. You know, it does. It is somewhat topical to the NFT space. It's kind of cool.
There's one dope one with a Godzilla. It turns into a Godzilla. It's cool.
That sounds right. Whoa, we're almost at 2 hours. Wow. I was gonna say, how long have you been doing this? How are we on time? Today's supposed to go for about 3 hours, which means in theory we have about an hour left. Which is fine, which is good. We're making, like, we've covered a lot of ground.
Yeah.
Did that completely unrelated? Did your uni.eth negotiation with Uniswap, did that work out?
Saw that?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I just sent it to him. Like, I claimed it. I set my alarm at like 4 at night or something because I saw that it would expire.
So is that what happened?
Yeah. So basically, when people don't renew their domain, it just expires. And
right.
There's a grace period for domains like these, like
right.
3-letter domains. I think the grace period was, I think a year or something, or like half a year. But it didn't got renewed. I thought I'll just scoop it up and give it to them because it's quite a it's their ticker. So
yeah,
it's
of
quite
course.
valuable for them. So I set my alarm and in retrospect, I sniped it from one of their team.
Nice.
So they tried to do the same.
They were prepared for the same thing, and you beat them.
Yeah.
Oh God.
I beat them. So
suckers.
I just sent a tweet, like, I thought I'll just make a tweet and hope it gets some traction because like DMs aren't always the best way to reach people, you know. And it got picked up, so I just sent it to them. That's it. I didn't actually get anything. But it's fine. I don't know anything. I'm happy it's not squatted by some random dude that tries to profit from it, you know.
Yeah, strong power move either way.
It was fun. The most fun part is that I outsniped someone from their team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. I bet. Did they own it before and then they let it lapse, or was it?
No, it was just a random dude, and the same address owns Ethereum.eth too.
Oh, jeez.
So that's gonna expire too, but I think it's like in a half a year or something.
I wonder if they meant to let it, or if it was an oversight.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't actually check the wallet address if it's still active.
I gotta go see what my expiration dates are like on mine. I own a couple of ETH addresses now. I've got my last name and I've got pre-brand.
Just like next time you renew, just do a couple years because it doesn't really cost that much extra.
Right. I think I did. I just want to check. It's definitely the kind of thing I would screw up. ETH addresses are priced by their length, aren't they?
To renew, or to get. So I think the the 3-letter ones are like 600 a year, I think, something like that. And then the 4 letters are way lower, so 100 something, and then it becomes quite fabulous.
Yeah, mine were pretty cheap.
Yeah. So they own it now. I sent it to him to his ENS address.
It's probably a bad idea, but it occurs to me we could actually isolate NFT in the word mark as slightly separate from the X.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
we could.
Whatever.
What I saw is that a lot of people type the X with a lowercase x for some reason. So the isolation between them probably happens regardless.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Still is the big X though. Officially it's the big X, but in people's minds it's probably isolated.
Isolating NFT from the X feels I don't know. I mean, actually, this doesn't suck too much. I was gonna say that it kind of reduces it, or it makes it feel like pandering, or that it's over-explaining itself, or like it doesn't feel as solid, maybe. But actually, I don't hate this. I mean, this rendering style and these colors and stuff are all too cartoony. The whole thing's too cartoony, but this at least approximates a real thing, so it's interesting to look at. I don't know how, though. I'm sure it's possible. I don't know how a wave like this would reduce down to something tiny. It could just reduce. What's up? Sorry.
To reduce to what?
To something tiny.
Ah, yeah.
Oh, but a wave shape is pretty. Oh, I wonder if just a wave, like just pure liquidity might be cool. I have a wave that I drew once that I didn't use. Where is that? Waves are kind of hard to draw for me, so I'm just thinking maybe I can steal for myself. It's like a super flat. Conceptually speaking, like a giant crashing wave. How does that feel? You look in the top left of NFTX, you see a tiny logo, and it's this powerful flow. Yeah, this powerful wave. Representing this onslaught of liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
How does that feel to you in your mind?
I mean, it brings across the point if you use those words. Very much, I think. It's, however, so it's just like no feelings. It's the opposite of a black hole, right? Like a wave, kind of.
You're pretty quiet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got quieter.
Oh, shit. Wait. Mike. Hear me better now?
Probably.
Or not? So I said it's really cool, I think, to have like this like liquidity aspect to it, and it's not as scary as this is cool. By the way, the thing you just showed.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is from the chat.
That's dope.
I think this is what they meant when they said top half of diamond rigid and shiny, bottom of diamond soft and goopy.
Yeah.
So there's an earlier comment.
That's cool. But yeah, I think if you bring the context, then it makes sense. Like if you would just see a wave, I don't know. And I think there's. Wait, let me check. Okay. I feel there must be a project that has a wave as a logo.
Here we go.
Just making sure.
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of cool because the context would always come with it in the sense of the name is NFTX, and the context, like the interface context that it's going to appear in either on Twitter or the website proper is always going to be like heavily tech, heavily financial.
Yeah.
So you're always going to have Wave plus tech at the minimum, like DeFi at the most, or even DeFi plus NFT at the most. Like money plus Wave, I think, is kind of where you get to net out by way of the context, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the thought behind the Wave stuff. Also because of the like liquidity aspect and the fluidity of what NFTs become. You know, what's this O'Neill? This looks like O'Neill or Billabong.
It's none of them, but yes, it does have the same vibe.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, the fluidity of the NFTs, essentially.
Right. Yeah, they all become part of the same wave type thing.
Yeah. That's cool.
Let's see here. Let's see O'Neill. And how close are these? Billabong
is. I think.
Oh yeah, look at that. Super similar.
Yeah, sorry. I come from the water sports stuff.
Do you come from this world?
Yeah. So maybe I'm the only one that's recognized it.
No, I mean it doesn't matter. That's okay. Well, it doesn't matter if even if it was the identical logo. I mean that might be a little bit much, but generally it doesn't. Billabong is so outside the space. There's certainly no competitive concern. You know, we wouldn't want anyone to be like, oh, that's like Billabong, but also
no.
I don't think we have to be too wary. This is funny as a contrast where like this, like let's say that this was the logo, like NFTX looks like. Let's grab this. Like it's having multiple waves. Like how does multiple waves feel compared to like a wave? You know, does this tell us anything? Do we learn anything from this? Do we like? This would be like lots of liquidity, or this would be like a whole a raging like ocean worth of shit happening, which is kind of cool. I mean, like we could do like having I kind of like having multiples in general with this, maybe. Well, I mean multiples as long as it's the thing I like about the wave right now is that it's so primitive and so clear. It's like it's focusing on one thing and then it's delivering it, which is like NFTX is about liquidity within a certain space, and so we're gonna do this really like powerful symbol for liquidity. It just doesn't take much, and it still is like memorable and hits other marks and such. So it's like all the other stuff that we were doing involved multiple metaphors being smushed together, whereas this is taking them. You know, the analogy or metaphor of the space itself, and then just putting a different symbol on top of it, which is kind of nice.
So, if you go into the thing I made as prep, the mood board thing, I think there's under the artwork illustrations part, there's a lot of stuff that I put in, which, if I look at it now, is kind of wave focused, or like the like liquidity. Focused.
Yeah, fluidity.
If you take out all the black hole stuff, like the fluidity and this water thing, the one above I really love for some reason. Super abstract, this one. I don't know why I love it so much. Maybe the colors, something. So it does like resonate from the getting the point across of this like wave. stuff.
It's interesting. It's funny, or it's interesting for me to note the difference between like this illustration with the daydreaming creative, and then this with like looking up from the bottom of the ocean, or even this one, which is, I agree, is extremely cool. All of these have something like a radial symmetry, or I guess this one has vertical symmetry, in that they feel like stable, or they're centering around a center point, to be redundant here, as opposed to like Billabong or this guy, which feels linear and activated, like it's going somewhere. It's on a journey. It's about to topple something. It's about to crash. Like, I like, between the two, I like the active state as opposed to the peaceful state.
Yeah, I agree.
Like a
useful liquidity, essentially.
Yeah, it's like liquidity you could use on a wind, on a water turbine, as opposed to
or surf it or whatever.
Oh yeah, totally, surf it. Yeah, of course. Whereas a whirlpool is like, it seems it's like self-sustaining. It doesn't really need you, or it's not really going anywhere necessarily. So yeah, this is cool. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this video just so something's playing. Oh, I wanted to do it might be kind of cute if this just had
my mic was blocked. What did you say?
I'm just kind of talking to myself. I just I wanted to try something, which was to have the breaking wave and then have a little dot that it's about to crash on, essentially. My proportions are getting stupid. I think what I'm trying to figure out is maybe a way to use like the basic silhouette of a crashing wave while still getting some of the geometry in there, or like still maybe trying to get some of the what you had talked about previously about it being made up of
shards.
Yeah, shards. That's right. It's kind of nice. Let's think here. Huh. Interesting. That didn't work at all. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to. If this is gonna work, I'm gonna have to work on drawing it for longer, I think, which I don't necessarily want to do right now. Maybe I will, but I kind of like this, or at least like the direction it's pointing in, like basically just like a wave with a small geometric detail that makes it look like the foam is mathematical.
The what?
The
Catch that.
The foam, like the sea foam at the break of the wave, is like you know, made of math.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what this does with your colors. Ooh, I wonder if we could do... Probably not big enough. There we go. This is cool.
Mm-hmm.
You're just humoring me. Just like, yeah, it's alright, it's cool. Here we go. The only, aside from like all sorts of small issues and such, one problem here is just that the arrow seems to be pointing down.
Yeah.
Which isn't ideal,
Like
of course.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we have to read into it too much, just because there's so much. Like you would have, like it seems like you would have to try pretty hard to try and associate a negative association, to associate a negative association with like a wave or like this kind of rendering. Like you'd have to be trying pretty hard to be like, oh, that wave, that arrow is pointing down, therefore they're like, you know, not reliable, or it's giving me a bad vibe, as opposed to just this is what waves look like, and that's the shape they have.
Yep. Yeah.
How are you feeling here? Like, how does this feel to you?
I'm thinking about how we can bring in the concept of two different worlds, essentially. But like what you said with they won't kind of be two different worlds in the far future. So I don't know if I have to think about that actually. But the whole like DeFi gets married with the NFT scene and essentially grabbing each other's hands to make both stronger, because that's what it does, right? Like we're essentially the in-between tech to make both the NFT scene more liquid, so also bringing the NFT liquidity and like assets towards DeFi. So I don't know if that should be felt if you look at either the mark or just visual language in general, like a married couple essentially. I'm not sure if that's what I get just by wave, but that's maybe just me having to think.
Yeah, I guess two thoughts. One is conceptually, I think the two are being joined. Like DeFi is the wave, squares are NFTs.
Yeah.
So there are two visual languages happening here, and this is the meeting of the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
I would also say maybe I don't want to. I hear what you're saying. I'm also wondering, like, it's not necessarily the job of the logo to explain things.
No, that's
like
true.
you don't. The logo doesn't need to explain the product, and it doesn't even need to necessarily explain like the history or the.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to explain anything necessarily. What it needs to do is to imply and to feel. Like it needs to evoke and and then it needs to be like memorable and small and like all these other technical issues. So I guess I'm just thinking, like, as I hear you speak about this meeting of the two markets, I think, not to repeat myself, but I think you embody that meeting point, and if you're successful, that meeting point won't really exist anymore because you will be it. And then it's also just a matter of how would we even, like, absolute genius insight. I'm just trying to picture, like, even if we were successful in representing like DeFi plus NFT, like who would it would be a really small group of people that would get the reference,
Yeah.
and B, would it even necessarily, like, even if we do instruct them correctly that these two are going together, would it evoke anything in them that makes them care, or like 1 + 1 = 2, but is the 2 actually inspiring, or is it just that we just taught them a math equation, as opposed to like 1 + 1 = 5, which doesn't make any sense and doesn't really try to explain anything. So I don't know. I'm just kind of rambling.
Yeah, I get you.
But yeah, I like this. I think this has. I guess I'm biased here because I find this compelling, and I know that this could be reduced and improved to the point where it would be a pretty strong.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
A pretty strong mark, like these can get bigger, and this.
Why is the T split up?
I was just trying to make a visual, like tie the. It's purely an aesthetic.
Blocks?
What's up?
To the blocks.
Yeah, it's purely an aesthetic tie-in to make the mark relate to the shape. We could, maybe it's confusing. Maybe it looks like a 1 or a 7 or something. We could also try it with like the F. Not black. That's funny. My blacks aren't black. Yeah, that actually works a little better with the F.
Yeah.
Not that it's successful. I'm just saying it's better. Yeah. So yeah, actually, this balance is getting even better as I make these squares bigger. They're starting to balance more, where the squares are almost of equal weight with the wave. The wave is still dominant, but they've got a good balance between them. I don't know if they look enough like they're part of this. Like, it kind of just looks like 3 squares next to a wave, as opposed to a wave crashing into squares. Now, like maybe, but that can be fixed. I would just have to figure it out. Like maybe the yeah. Actually, I don't really like that, but it did connect them again. The 3 squares don't have to be. I mean, so right now I've got 2 types of contrast going. I've got between the wave and the 3 squares. I've got color contrast, or color, maybe differentiation is a better term. So we've got the 2 topics. We've got DeFi and we've got NFTs. The NFTs are the squares. The DeFi is the wave. Liquidity. Right now, liquidity is both colorful and organic. The NFT is square and rigid.
Yep.
So they have 2 differences between them. It could be that we don't need 2. We just need 1. Like maybe these could be colorful too, is really all I'm saying. Oh, I don't know if this actually works, but conceptually it's interesting as a direction, just because it comes back to what you were saying about, like, I like how the individual blocks have a solid color, and then when they're part of the wave, they melt into each other.
Yeah. Yeah, that's dope.
They're too big.
This the logo could actually, like the way this is going, the logo could also work very well as an icon, like the icon version of the logo could be the three squares, and then the like top left square would actually be like a water droplet or turning into a wave, essentially. Like if you're thinking of like it's bound to like smaller sizing or circular boundaries, it would make sense maybe.
Let me just pull. I'm just gonna grab this from Commonwealth. I think it's in here. Curious how this might hold up. Tiny. I think these are. That's weird. Okay. Yeah. That's funny. Just zoomed way out right now. This actually doesn't suck. Just in as much as it reads as a wave. And it's kind of cute, you know. It's like make these black. See if they read any better. Oh, that's funny. At this size with those black dots, this looks completely like an arrow. That's like it looks like a rocket ship, like taking off and then
yeah,
either crashing or like zooming to the right.
Or like the black thing being a bucket and water actually sprouting out of it.
Oh, nice. Wave on its own though is really nice. Long day, huh? I keep hearing you yawn.
A little, yeah. Sorry, man.
No worries. NFTX as liquid wave. Yeah, pretty cool. But I feel like a little bit I'm pushing on it. Like I can tell that I'm more of an impetus on this one, or like a or like a fan than what I'm getting from you. Jazz, thanks for. I probably already missed him for a while ago, but thanks for the feedback, yeah. Jazz. How are you feeling? We don't necessarily have to keep going. I can work on this on the side.
I'm feeling good.
Maybe we're. I mean, we've got like a bunch of good.
Yeah, I think
starts.
from the waving stuff, I like the wave ID a lot actually. I do also like the still like the Alice in Wonderland thought. You know, that like there's a like NFTX being the entry to a whole new universe essentially. Because that's also kind of true for, in general, DeFi and blockchain, like the world. And because like a majority of the users were working with our investors in like ETFs or index funds. They're kind of not known with the like the universe itself, but they want to take part of it in it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's just like a concept that really resonated with me for some reason. That I'd love to explore.
Oops. That's not what I wanted. What am I trying to do here? I'm going to try and do. So when you said that, I kind of had this vision of a like a kind of a different way of rendering a wormhole, which was almost like a spinning coin, or like a. I think mostly I've been thinking of it vertically, like you jump into a hole as opposed to you walk through a hole. You walk through a portal. Like I guess I'm thinking horizontal as opposed to vertical now. And also, just like if you take an oval and then you make it look really fast, like it kind of looks both like it could potentially kind of look both like a coin spinning and or like a hallway or like a door that you can walk through.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so dumb. I can't believe I just did this. That's funny. What happened there? This is not at all what I wanted. I think the... That's not what I wanted either. Okay. This is at least approximating. Love the sound of my own fan.
You never get striked, by the way, on the stream with the music and stuff? Or is it only if you're doing ads?
I'm sorry, you said, do I ever get strike?
Yeah, like the what's it called? TLCA takedown stuff.
Oh,
Because you like
um,
play.
no, well, I don't really know. I've watched like a tiny bit of my videos just to give myself nightmares, I guess. And I didn't notice anything. I think what they would do is either put ads on it or mute it. I think there's probably
Yeah.
big chunks of my videos that I just have no audio. And someday I'll realize this and feel away.
Sad. Yeah.
Um, I'm just gonna. No one's complained. No one said anything. So for now,
It's just fine.
I'm just going with it because working in silence is too rough.
Yep.
That's part. Usually, I try and do YouTube mixes because I'm guessing that those have already kind of passed some permissions or something. Um, plus, it's YouTube, so they're probably not going to censor their own stuff as opposed to just putting ads on it. But like right now, I'm failing at using their biz. Huh. I suck at this. Try this again. This isn't going to work either. I'm going to have to pull some visual references, which I don't do very often anymore. super literal. This is goofy. I was just seeing what it would look like if something went in and out. This doesn't look like a portal. This looks like a cylinder.
Yeah.
My portal rendering failed. Or at least, I mean, that particular one that I thought, it's weird, I thought that would work. I'm kind of surprised. Something I'm not seeing, as usual. Somehow this is reading as an X for me. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, it's not really, but like, an X seems to be somewhere in here.
In the circular thing.
Yeah.
Like this.
Weird, huh?
Yeah, you just did that, like crossing it. And I guess also if you would have two that are mirrored against each other, the negative space in between would be an X.
I'm sorry. What was that? What's mirroring against what to create an X between the two?
The circle. If you put the circle, which is above NFTX at the moment.
Yeah.
And you duplicate it and place it next to the other one. That's the negative space. If it goes a bit more to the right, it becomes an X, right? Sort of.
Well, I mean, if it's more to the right, they're going to separate, right?
Yeah.
I think if they're touching though, like this is. this is kind of an X.
Uh-huh.
We don't really see it because it's not highlighting itself very well, but like what happens when we just do this?
Yeah. It's kind of cool.
It's strange. Like what are we looking at here? This is like
I don't know, but it's cool.
it's I suppose it's almost maybe it's what it is it's like two different portals, one from NFT land, one from DeFi land, and then they meet. They're kind of like stacked on top of each other. It's like two portals meeting each other, and then by way of meeting each other, they make an X.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we're seeing. We're trying to see.
Yeah.
Maybe.
What's the white dots, by the way? It's
just stars.
Okay.
Just galactic detritus for now.
Outlines are also cool, by the way.
How the F do we do this? And they need to be facing the same way, I think. And then you would need to have them, I mean, if the
But
I forgot to check comments. I don't think there's anything going on. Yeah. Okay, cool. NFTX as a portal. I don't know. I mean, like aside from the rendering, as we're like looking at these, like this guy for instance, or did I screw up the one that was kind of interesting? I did. Let me save it before I screw it up too much. I suppose my question is, like, again, sorry to keep doing this to you, but even in the case where this works, is it communicating? Like what we want it to communicate. Let's just say that this looks like a portal connecting two different things, or it's like two different portals connecting two things. I mean, would you rather, maybe this is a better one because it's like more simple, but does this would be like a magical entrance to a new world, I guess would be the vibe here.
Yeah.
And I guess my feeling is still that I'm not sure, but I guess I still feel like that's not necessarily what NFTX is about. Like that's more incidental to your timing. You're really about like liquidity or what have you, as opposed to like this audience is now going to get access to this thing. Finesse, if there are two portals, you could add maybe a rock and then a liquid drop. A rock on the left and a drop on the right, turning something solid into something liquid. Yeah, do like the fly transporter room.
Like how do we call these things?
I mean, it wouldn't be accurate to do 1-to-1. Like we couldn't do a rock to a drop. I don't think we would need to do a rock to many drops, or it's not just a transfer of type. It's a transfer of type and quantity.
Or maybe the idea you had at the start with the diamond shape that went into many diamond shape. That looked a little like what the Binance thing. Maybe that would work to use as in one solid thing at the left side and then many of the same solid things on the other side.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's a bit. It becomes complex though. Like the logo would be very detailed. Probably, if you do that.
It's also again there's going to be services to shard things, like taking the thing and then breaking it into parts.
Yeah.
Is a service, but it's not the point.
No,
I mean, maybe it is the point because we are getting fairly close to the service, but like.
Well, it's kind of a means to bring liquidity to more people.
But who cares? You know, like what is liquidity to more people? Why? You know, like it should feel like something. Like it should feel like it's not just for the sake of going from one place to another. It's for the sake of something happening. This guy's cool zoomed out.
What?
What's up? This is like a speaker.
Yeah, a little.
Actually, had a dream kind of like this the other day, which was really a dream. It was more of a thought about. This is gonna look really threatening. Drawing spirals is hard. It's just like a gravitational well that comes to a point and then stabs you. I was thinking about inescapable thoughts that wind up turning into a weapon that stab you right through the heart. Well, graphically, this would be strong as hell. That's for sure. Black hole ending in a spiral of eternity. Focusing on the infinite depth is something we haven't really. I mean, I guess we tried a little bit, but as I'm looking at this is just kind of appealing. This notion of like NFTX is the place for infinite depth. Like, that's actually pretty on point conceptually. It's like a ear cochlea thing or something.
Yeah.
How do you aside from graphically, how do you like the idea of trying to figure out more ways to show infinite depth? Like to me, this is like threatening. It's like in a way that we talked about how black holes are bad. But as I'm looking at this, where it's really emphasizing this notion of pulling it down forever, it's actually like this feels really strong in a strong, like solid, strong, like it makes sense in some kind of weird way, and it resonates with what I know about NFTX. I'm just thinking, like, how else could we show
infinite depth stuff?
Yeah, or like, yeah, it's almost like a hypnotic. You just like we almost just wanted to show like a ladder that just keeps going down, or as long as
like infinity.
Yeah, it's like as long as it communicates infinity and depth, like I wonder if it's like that's pretty close to success, and if we can do that in a compelling way. It could be kind of baller. I like it because it's like it knows itself really well. Like it knows the kind of value it's trying to provide, which is again taking something and then turning it into something almost like quasi-infinite.
Yeah.
It would be a matter of taking a, like, in terms of basic symbols, it would be taking a square and turning it into a fluid. In which case, maybe if it was like a spiral, it would be a square that like square edges that slowly transition into circular edges or something. Although I don't think that would actually communicate very much, probably.
Checking some things. I know, you know, the I think it's gravitational fields or something. They're also kind of infinite, right? Like from the Earth.
Okay.
And they collide also with a solid object in the middle, which is the Earth. So maybe that concept can be used in some way for the forms. Let's check.
Brutal. Yeah, if you have a visual for what came into your mind, hook me up. Or if you're still looking, that's cool. I realized I didn't say anything. Sorry.
Tired. Jesus, why can't I find it? Don't seem to find it for some reason.
It's the worst feeling.
Yeah.
Well, not worst, but painful. Oh. I have a buddy who might want to jump on if we're interested. You could give us some feedback.
Oh yeah, sure. Why not?
Let me see if he's still around. I missed his response. He replied 20 minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
My bad. Oh.
Wait, I got the image. I'll post it in the stream if I can. Wait. We go. That took a while.
Did you paste it in the file or something?
No, in the Twitch chat.
Ah.
Oh, 1 sec, my kid knocks on the door. I really love this, by the way, what you're building.
Oh, cool. Yeah, just doing the same thing, but from first-person perspective. Or seeing this. It's funny. This looks either like a pyramid or like a recessed. I'm not sure how you would force one or the other.
You got the approval of my kid.
Oh yeah.
She said, I like this one. Don't know how valuable that is, but
Extremely.
yeah.
Kid takes
Kid approves.
Are pure and contemporary, unguarded.
Yeah.
Super into it. I ask my kids to help me out pretty often.
Really?
Oh yeah.
That's cool.
I don't do it as often as I'd like, but I'll often pay them to help me out with ideas.
Oh,
I'll
cool.
give them like $5 a sheet, and I'll tell them to draw as many ideas as they can.
Nice.
And
That's cool.
It almost I don't think it's ever not been worth it. Like there's always at least some sort of weird idea that it's often not even the idea that they meant to express as much as like the way that they drew it or a way that they talked about it, and I'll usually be able to get some sort of insight out of them.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about, I don't think I ever will, but I kind of want to itemize them as like an invoice object where it's like, pay, $200 towards my kid's college fund for an extra session with like child mind for your brand. Like
That's dope.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential extensible things like that. Like
Yeah.
I have, it's like I have friends who love to do drugs. For an extra X amount of money, they will think about your project while they're super high and take notes. It's like,
Cool.
I can get you a bunch of different types of feedback. Funny thought.
For some reason, that thing on the left one is really attracting.
This?
Yeah. It's really cool.
Well, it's super strong in the sense of just like graphically, it's just like bonk.
Yeah.
So it's got a lot going for it. I wonder if we could do like speed lines or something. Like I'm trying to think how to make it look like you're zooming into something,
Mm-hmm.
And not that we necessarily need them. Or want them. No. Do you have it? Why do you think you like this one? Like, what is it doing for you? If you don't know, that's cool. I just
I think so. It feels like 3D, Like I'm looking into a well, and at the bottom of the well there's a whole bunch of cool stuff, like colorful stuff,
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like it draws me in a good way. Like I'm missing out of whatever that is at the bottom. Unless you think about it as a pyramid, then it's coming to you. Could be, right? Like two different perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Just feels attractive. That's also cool, I think, what you did with like basically from a solid to a or from a circular thing to a art object. Looks like a boiled egg though. The middle thing. A bit.
Yeah, totally. The color as like yolk.
Yeah.
Let me see what happens if I just do what's gonna. Why am I speaking? What I can do. Surprised. If it was a pyramid, the shadow on the bottom left wouldn't stop. It would keep going to the point.
Yeah.
So it looks like I guess it could still look like a pyramid, but the top of the pyramid is a hole.
Yeah. Yeah, it just stops.
So that's a thing. I mean, the space inside the square could look more like a space, like when Chris pasted that, we should save that. I wonder if I still have that open. When This Is a Pylon pasted that circle with the hole in it, which was like a space inside of a space.
Yeah.
Like this area down in here could look more like a landscape or something somehow. Like a new world. I should have just been a science fiction book cover designer. I could have just done this all day. Although, you know, to be honest, I actually did some science fiction book covers back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a long time ago. I used to do quite a few book covers for a few big publishers, and it sucked. I mean, it's an amazing discipline, and I still kind of miss it. But working between having like a editor and an art director and the author themselves that are all giving you feedback, it was just like, this kind of sucks.
All over the place. Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a. It's funny if every once in a while I'll go to a bookstore and I'll see one of my pieces, like one of my bits.
Oh, really?
Hiding on the shelves.
Nice.
What did his have? What was in that? Find it. There it is. Yeah, so he's got clouds, he's got a moon, got some atmospheric perspective.
yeah, by the way, there's one logo just as a show that has kind of discolors with moon in the crypto scene. Wait, I'll pull it up. Is I just pasted it in the chat. It's called Decentraland, which kind of I think they have the exact same tree color scheme.
Nice. I blame you for that.
There's no, yeah, sorry.
Dope. I didn't know that was their logo. Huh. I wonder why. Why would they do pyramids? Or Egypt, or... Fuck, I forgot about Josh again. Alright, he might show up. Even though I keep ignoring him. Sound of snowplows going by.
Is it still snowing there?
A little bit. Yeah. Well, it's definitely a place now. It definitely wouldn't reduce at all. And I wouldn't say it necessarily solves anything. Like, it doesn't look... I wouldn't say it looks more like I'm falling into it or anything, as much as it just looks like a cool, weird thing. Let's get rid of a bunch of this. It's like a creepy eyeball.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We might be done for the day.
We came for it now.
Well, I'm just kind of feeling, I'm starting to feel like slowing down a little bit. We're at the 3.5 hour mark.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus. 3.5? Oh, yeah. We're streaming 3.5 hours. Nice.
Oh, what's up, Chris? Just jump back in. This is looking dope. Need depth, birds or spheres entering the hole. Chris, what do you think of, I wonder what you missed. Yeah, we got some weird circle biz. We got this well thing. I'm gonna have to think about how to make this look more like a portal that you're going through.
I like the one without the color, the lines, the outlines. Like the...
sorry, which one?
Like to the left a bit.
This?
The yeah, like the how it moves from the circular to the like the kind of liquid to the rigid thing.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, it's cool.
It's very simple, in a good way, like circle to square.
Yeah.
I was just gonna do something. What was it? Try something real quick. Yeah, this is nice. We should come back to this as like a as a thing next time.
Yeah.
And then I just realized we might be able to get more depth or tunnel vision if I try this.
Like a staircase.
Yeah, it's like literally a spiral carrying your eye to the bottom. Horrible rendering. Moderately effective though. Yeah, I mean, really, I would do this with a single stroke, and then it would gradually get smaller. Josh.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Hey, man.
Hey.
Hello, friend.
Dude.
Finesse just said, yeah, the minimalistic soft to hard lines is really nice. Also makes it look blobby like the other idea. How you doing, Josh?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
Oh, I'm like, you know, kind of tired, but good. We've been working on this for a bit. My brain's starting to feel slightly fried. Sorry to keep leading you on about coming in. You kept saying yes, and then I kept saying okay, and then I never sent you the link. Sorry, dude.
No, it's all good. This is NFTX, yeah?
This is NFTX, that's right. We're adding liquidity to the NFT space. I was thinking it might be cool to just get your feedback and see if you had any recommendations or ideas or, you know.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
I can take you for a walk.
Yeah, take me for a walk, man. Hold my hand a little bit.
But first I want to... Oh, that's annoying. One moment, please. Are you back in the city, Josh?
Yes. Just logging into your stream. There we go. Oh, you've been on for 3.5 hours. Holy.
I know, dude.
Yeah.
This isn't even the main one either. It's okay though. It's because we got good flow. That's all. Why did that work? That was weird. It's a weird alignment. All right. So what we've got? Let's see. So we've got the mood board of the clients. find it. Let me just take you through it real quick. Which is, so NFT, so the main conceptual thoughts, I think, Chop, excuse me, or correct me if I miss anything, but the main thoughts here are, yeah, you're creating funds out of NFTs, and so you're adding liquidity to NFTs. You're also adding sort of like infinite depth. Like since you can shard or fractionalize a piece now, you have all of these shards that you can now fuck around with and do things to without actually affecting the ownership or the integrity of the NFT itself. So we're playing with these ideas of black holes. Like it takes a whole bunch of stuff and it puts them into one place, and then it gives them a ton of depth and security. We're also playing with rabbit holes as a way to exit DeFi space and enter NFT space, like go from one world to the next. Also just sort of like NFT, literally just entering this new space where it has new powers and new capabilities. Talking about liquidity or just liquid stuff a lot, like waves, puddles, drops. Colors, the DAO is pretty into these colors, which are nice. And generally, yeah, you get a sense for the visual language that is being well received. Like, you know, the kind of stuff I love. So that's easy and good. And then in terms of the work that we've done, where did we start? So yeah, oh, and then like I think I told you about this last night, where like their emoji is ape. It's ape and a hole, so it's like people who, I don't know, we don't necessarily have to get into it. People who are aping now have a good place to go, essentially, and can get lost in the NFT space in a fun and cool way. So I had started just doing like some cool gravity wells. I shouldn't say cool. I just started doing some gravity wells, some black hole shit, some rabbit hole stuff. More of this kind of thing. Got into some sharding, so just taking an object and then breaking it into smaller and smaller pieces. This actually was really pretty well received by everyone, including the founder. The problem is that it's really similar to the Binance logo, which sucks. But this still has legs. We can do it to another shape. Like you can see, I just did it to the square here, and it works out okay. Here we're playing with taking like Ethereum NFT type shapes and then just literally melting them down into puddles. Seeing if that might work. Shapes out of shapes. Then exploring different types of liquidity. So here the ETH is becoming, I'm sorry, the NFT is becoming a water droplet, then it's literally like splashing into a thing and creating a splash. And then we've got, we did the Hokusai Great Wave made out of geometry or math. Here's a better rendering. This guy's cute. Definitely an illustration though, not so much a mark. Could work though. You've seen this wave before. This is the Billabong logo, but the wave is cool. I mean, I'm partial to the wave as a symbol of liquidity, like this giant wave of money crashing, essentially, associating NFTs with liquid, and then just formalizing this further. This is starting to get cool. This is getting cool. This is cool. All of this is starting to feel pretty good as far as like it feels like a real mark that would work. Tried it in context just to see if it like just literally assigning NFTX to a wave, if that would work. This feels kind of rad. NFTX as liquidity makes sense. And then doing some more portal work. Just like I was trying to figure out how to render like cool portals. Chop is still Chop is very interested in this. Is still interested in this notion of the transition point from DeFi to NFT, going from one world to the next. I still question whether or not that's I mean, rabbit holes have a lot of meanings, and so there's a lot of things that we can pull from it. The two markets meeting each other, I still have a hard time as like the thing that you want to build your brand on, because eventually it no longer becomes a problem, and or it's not necessarily it's more of like incidental in some ways. I don't know, I could be wrong. But yeah, portals, and then I think the final thing we've got here is this stuff where So I had drawn this as like a summary of, or like a symbol of infinite depth, where like you get sucked into this black hole and then it just stretches you out forever. In this case, like in a productive way, in like a cool way, where it's like, if you want to go somewhere that has like infinite liquidity, you go to NFTX essentially, because it takes things and then stretches them forever. And that was kind of cool. And so we were like, in the same way that the wave is like pure liquidity, I would say this black hole shape thing is like pure depth, which I like both of those as like really simple reductions of what NFTX is offering. So the reduction thing, or like the black hole thing, we were just trying other visual languages here. So this is just obviously concentric, trying to lead you towards the middle, and then just kind of playing with that a little further. So this is like the warp portal idea, but first person perspective, like you're going down a well into this new world. And then more of the same. And then the final thought was just that this, where did that one go? Oh, I screwed it up, that's why. This transition from circle to half circle, or like going from circle to square with intermediary parts, like liquidity to rigidity or vice versa, is nice and simple and compelling. And that's the end of the walkthrough. I think, yeah. So this was a thought from Chris in the chat, which is like stepping into a new world that's very secure, but full of potential. It's pretty rad. All right, that's it. What do you think, man? You got any thoughts for us?
I like the sharding diamond, the sharding square.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's pretty cool.
This guy?
I mean, the issue is at scale, it probably loses some of the detail.
Well,
I also like the wave. I think the wave is cool. Did you guys have a one-liner yet?
We? No, not yet. It's like NFT-backed index funds at the moment. I made a one-liner for a video today, I think.
NFTX adds money to your NFTs, adds liquidity, adds accessibility, layers on layers. Yeah, I like the fraction. I like the sharding square too. And I like the wave as well.
I need some of your portal colors that you've got going on. The one above the NFTX with the 3 white stars in it. Like that's kind of nicely resolved. Do you know what I'm talking about?
NFTX with 3 white stars above it.
Yeah, I'll just screenshot it for you.
You mean this circle guy? This one?
Yeah, that's the one.
And I'm sorry, what did you say about it? Just that it was nice, or was there something else?
The palette's really nice.
Yeah, the palette.
The dimension is nice.
The palette comes from the client, for what it's worth. And it is nice, I agree. Very sci-fi, very positive.
The one-liner I made today was index funds, one-on-one backed by NFTs. That's kind of what it is.
Wait, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Index funds, one-on-one backed by NFTs.
One-on-one?
Yeah, like 1.1. Double dot.
Oh. On NFTs?
Backed by NFTs.
Is this right?
Yeah, with a space after the by.
Oh.
No problem. Very jargon, though.
So give me an example of an index fund. An index fund is that a security or is that something different?
Yeah, should I explain? Like how it works a bit?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. So there's like an NFT, which is a non-fungible token. So let's say a collectible, taking CryptoPunks for example, that's like a collectible slash artwork, which is limited to 10K pieces in total. So there can never be more or less than 10K. And there's people wanting to invest in them or hold them, similar to how art works. And the problem also in the artwork is that like if the demand is super high for these types of things, but they're not fungible, there's not really a market for them, right? So there's like a severe illiquidity of the market, even though there's a lot of people wanting to get exposure to the upside of that particular category. It's almost impossible because you would have to need a buyer for it and a seller. And the seller is often the problem because people like want to hold it instead of breaking with them or selling them. So because they're non-fungible, what NFTX does is essentially we make a basket for a certain category of NFTs. So like only female CryptoPunks, for example. The basket holds female CryptoPunks, which are non-fungible, and gives the people that turn or put the NFT in, they give them a token back, which is fungible. So it's a ERC20 instead of a ERC721, and that fungible token is then shardable, or like you can break them into like a very large amount, like 18 decimals behind the comma, making it much more of a liquid asset, because you wouldn't need one NFT to sell. You can just sell a fraction of it.
Okay, that makes sense.
And that's just for one pool. So, and the index fund part comes from taking multiple of these types of pools. So like a CryptoPunk female and a other artist that like doesn't make CryptoPunks but something else, then you could make a basket of all these funds and wrap that into one token, which is then for a person that would like to get exposure to like a broader NFT market, or a selection of certain artists or something like that.
That makes
Like
sense.
like if you could like in the street art scene, like you have Banksy and Obey, like the Shepherd guy, and a bunch of others, and Cause and all those kind of guys. Like you would need to be kind of an expert to know what to buy if you're like if you're an art collector. But if you just want to have financial exposure to the street art market, there's not really a way to do that, right? Like, yeah, you can buy all the paintings, but then you need to have a lot of money. So it's kind of a way to give people that believe in the category or in the entire scene of street art a way to have exposure without needing millions to buy all the artwork.
Right. So that all makes sense to me. When you say one-to-one backed by NFTs, how are you backing them one-to-one? Wouldn't you have to own the CryptoPunks?
Yeah, exactly. So what NFTX is, it's a protocol that acts like a vault. So people put in an NFT, like a real NFT, so a CryptoPunk. It goes into the vault, and the vault mints a ERC20, which goes back to the person that supplies the punk, and then the person can do with the token whatever he wants to do. Like he could provide it as liquidity on like a free market, like Uniswap, or like give it to a bunch of friends, like fractions of it. But the only thing is, if you would want to take back the NFT from the vault, you need one token.
Okay. I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, okay.
So you guys are building the index,
Yeah.
like a stock market in a way. You're building like a market for this.
Yeah. So, like the core or the foundation of NFTX is the vault, essentially. So, the ability for people to create indexes. We are a DAO, so like a decentralized organization, who also has some or has spawned some indexes themselves. So, we made a CryptoPunks index fund, and we're about to spawn 5 others. But anyone could make a index fund uh, based on whatever NFT they have. So if like what I was saying to Ben earlier, right now the NFT space is very art and collectible and in-game item focused.
Right.
But an NFT is very generally applicable to anything that you can't divide. So, for instance, my house, like I can't break up my house into pieces normally, right?
Right.
But what I could do, if I wanted to, like in a very far future, and my government would accept it, like if I tokenize my house into one NFT, then I would have the ownership of the entire house, but I could essentially sell fractions of my house or of the value of my house by putting it into an index fund. I wouldn't want to do that myself, of course, but like let's say you have a bunch of property NFTs, and you put them in an index. You could run like a crowdfunding sort of campaign for properties.
Right. Right.
So it's just like a NFTX is very generally applicable. Right now, the NFT space is very like popular in the art and collectible scene, and less
Yes.
popular at the moment in financial instruments. You start to have option NFTs and all that kind of stuff, but that's really starting at the moment. So we focus on the collectible and art stuff, but we're applicable to all things that could be NFT made into an NFT.
So the collectible art stuff is just easy to do initially because it's the barrier to creating it is so low. You know
Yeah.
you take an image like a PNG and then you tokenize or create an NFT out of it, and then you can sell it or buy it or whatever.
Yeah.
And so if I have a bunch of hard goods, let's say I've got gold, or let's say I have like securities, and I wanted to make NFTs out of them that can be traded, your platform does that.
Yeah, you could do that. So let's say the equities or gold are kind of hard assets, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't be able to sell a fraction of them if you make them an NFT. But if you put them in an index fund, you can sell fractions to it through the index fund.
I see. Right. Okay. That's cool. How big is your team right now?
So we're DAO. So there's one founder. I just joined the team a week ago officially. So it's. Are you familiar with what a DAO is?
Yes. Yeah.
So basically, I helped a lot at the start and the launch, and the community voted me in to be the second member.
No way. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's very cool. Are you Austrian?
No, from the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay. My second guess was going to be Norwegian, but okay.
Close by.
Pretty close.
So what do you think?
Ben said that you like the version of the identity that was the diamond or the square that was broken into pieces. I think that's pretty representative of the idea. And then Ben, you were just saying it looked too much like Binance, right?
That's the take at the moment, yeah.
Ben, you look very skinny and healthy.
I haven't eaten for a while,
like,
and I woke up. I had a good morning. I woke up. I slept well, and then I woke up and I cleaned, and then I did like meditation and morning pages, and then showered, and then had work. I've had a really seamless day so far. So I'm probably putting
Nice.
off good. I'm probably putting off good waves here.
Yeah,
I
you're looking
appreciate it.
great. How's that sweater? What is that? What is that sweater that you got right here?
This is my Rick and Morty
Oh, there it is.
Violent Death sweatshirt that I was compelled to buy when I saw it. There's some I don't know what the category is called, but there's some category of art, Chinese art, that just has like, it's like the torture of 1,000 souls. It's like a canvas covered in demons flaying humans and like burning them and shit, and it's actually like a sacred, it has like sacred symbolism attached to it, but like they're super violent and hard to look at. But this sweater made me think of that whole genre, and I was like, and the fact that it's Rick and Morty was like, oh, I need to own that. Something about contemplating death, and also I think it's symbolic of the inner process of killing your own demons, coming to terms with all of the people that you have inside your head and dealing with them one by one.
Wow.
Yeah. How's that for a tangent?
I respect it.
I'm thinking, yeah, like you just brought up the fragment thing again, and I'm staring at this guy. The reason people like this is that if, in theory, it could feel like you're going down a well, which is like a portal, or like going through something to get to somewhere else. I don't know how many people would actually read that when they saw this, but that doesn't mean it's not okay. I guess what I'm dealing with in my head is like, if I start to fuck with this, it's gonna lose the perspective entirely. But that might be just fine. But if we were to combine like this vibe with this vibe, we might get somewhere cool, I guess is all I was thinking here. But these are also, what happens if I just do this? Which one would, like, I don't know, Cap, you're a crypto guy, like, you know what would resonate for you with this kind of stuff? Do you have a sense for
one cheat here is like, if you can create something that you can represent in Unicode, it's pretty, like, that's like an easy win. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, it's like an advantage.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I don't know, you know, maybe it's like, let me have a quick look and see what's happening here.
They have an emoji set that they like. I don't know if they're gonna want to lose it, even if we do have a cool thing for the logo. I mean, they might if we find something amazing, of course, but just for what it's worth, there is like they do have a emoji pair that they try and use on their stuff all the time. What are you looking for, like fractionalization Unicode or something?
Man, I'm just sort of floating through and seeing what stands out. See what's happening here.
True. Pizza slice. Take the whole, break it into a little bit.
Oh wow, dude.
This is really weird. This thing I just did, this is like I mean, it's mostly just like visual noise, but it also kind of gives this vibe of like a phase shift. It's like you've got this black and white version, and then it kind of becomes this color thing. It also just kind of seems like a single shape made out of a whole mess of different shapes, which is kind of on point as well. I wonder if it even needs to be this complex.
I'm gonna ping something to you. Let me see if this works. Benjamin, check signal.
Yeah, 1 second. Signalito. Oh, interesting. What'd you do? Like a circle with
Well, there's this
with
dotted
with a
circle.
Fahrenheit. I just pasted it in the Twitch chat. Yeah, the 1-to-1 ratio thing would be cool. Like a circle dot dot square, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Interesting.
Reads quite well. It's like this thing.
That's cool.
The entire Cree alphabet is in Unicode. It's native Canadian, I think. Oh yeah, dude. So aside from creating, so NFTX, so I've got a bunch of NFTs and I'm creating an index fund around those. Let's just say they're CryptoPunks. Does NFTX have its own token to buy the index funds?
No. So, well, yes and no. So basically, the index funds, if you create an index fund, it makes a token which would act as the index fund token that you would make. So you could make a CryptoPunks one, or like a completely new NFT contract that you want to use. But there's not like a platform token essentially that you need to trade or create the token. There's the NFTX token, which is purely for governance at the moment. So it's the combination of the governance tokens allow to change things in a DAO, so have access to treasury, all that kind of stuff, but also vote on proposals, so which direction the DAO goes into. But there's no token that's associated to the platform itself, aside from the index pool tokens.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I'm buying index fund tokens with Ethereum, basically, or is that right?
Yeah. By the way, Ben, I gotta go in like 40 minutes or something.
That's cool. I don't think I'll last that long. But yeah, that sounds right. We're over time, obviously. Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've got like strong. We've got a whole day yet. We've got some strong directions. We've got concentric boy. We've got shard boy. We've got wave boy.
Here thing.
What's up? Sorry.
The infinite string thing.
Which one? Yeah, the gravity spiral.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell how much you were into that. But I still like it as like a really strong statement. I like the wave and the gravity well, to me, both have really strong statements attached to them, which is nice. They both feel, I mean, they're literally forces of nature, and so aligning yourselves with that has a lot that comes with it nicely. Like, it just feels strong and ever present and whatever, as opposed to some of the other stuff we're exploring, which has like strong graphic qualities, but they're referencing abstract concepts. You know, it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, it's like symmetrical and broken and cool. And it will give you an impression, and that impression will stick in their mind, which is good. But it's I mean, compared to I mean, they have pluses and minuses, but being so abstract feels weaker comparatively at the moment to me. Even though I do like these compositions, and I do like the fragmented square thing. Maybe I wonder if there might be something to eventually, like maybe next time we do like fragmenting a wave. Probably too weird, but in theory that could be cool. Digital wave. I bet so many people have tried to draw digital waves before.
Really?
Or even just looking at like pixel art.
Oh, you know who had a digital wave was Jim Lane.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think you're right. I think that's even who I'm thinking of. They're probably still. Does Jin Lane still exist, or are they officially that whatever they are now?
I think they moved over to Pattern officially.
Yeah, I see, like this guy. That's okay. Like, that could be rad. I'm just.
Yeah, that's not bad. If you scroll to the bottom of this page that you're on, you'll see the wave at the bottom.
Yeah. That one sucks. I mean, it's okay. It's cool that it's hand drawn. They have, I think they have like a hat with a wave on it, which is nicely done. I wonder how this moved did for them. Strange one. I'm gonna stop looking because I don't see it in here. It's a nice drawing. Oh, all right, I'm gonna call it. Does that sound okay?
Yeah. Sounds good.
All right. Yeah, it's late there, huh? Almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, we just hit 4 hours.
Nice.
Okay. Well, yeah, man, we covered a ton of ground. We've got some great stuff to start on next time. Do you want me to send this to you, or are you just gonna like, in terms of the DAO, are you gonna try and, I guess, I don't know how the relations work. Are they maybe even already talking about stuff? Do you want to get reactions from them? Do you just not want to worry about it for now, or ever?
Mostly the last thing, but also I think Twitch has VOD, right?
Does Twitch have this video that they can watch?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be here for a while.
Yeah. So tomorrow I have like a call with everybody again.
Okay, cool.
We do that every Wednesday essentially, and I'll just speak through everything we done today.
Nice.
And then basically the day after we continue.
Right. Yeah, cool.
Nice.
All right, man. Well, Josh, thanks for showing up.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
Sorry
thanks,
it couldn't be more helpful, but it was cool to see the bird's eye view.
Nah, man, you're always helpful.
Nice.
Always good to get a second opinion, third opinion. And Chop, thank you. Thanks for your time, and
Thank you too.
I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Talk to you soon, man.
All right, I'm gonna quit Zoom. All right.
Yeah.
Later. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for watching. I had more of an audience this time. Probably the NFTX crew, huh? Thanks for tuning in. Lots of chat today, which was super helpful and interesting. Very curious to see how this nets out. All right. So yeah, we'll be doing this again on Thursday, I think at the same time, starting at 11 and then going for even longer. So yeah, on Thursday, just tune in to Twitch if you ever feel like it, and you'll probably see me there clicking away. Okay, cool. Peace out, and thank you.